Cek cek cek, testing testing. Oh my god, we're back. Back again di Ribars 1999. Eh, Kemarin baru sampai part 11 dari mungkin masih setengahnya ya, masih. Jadi kita hari ini lanjutin dulu. Eh, Cuman sebelumnya, kemarin ternyata pas aku cek itu voice line di story-nya itu bener-bener nggak masuk semua. Jadi yang yang masuk cuman di gameplay sama di apa di luar story-nya gitu. Jadi cuma di main menu gitu, terus di stage selection yang yang bareng apa tentara itu tuh, cuman di situ-situ doang adanya ternyata. Baru nyadar aku. Oke, terus sebelumnya mungkin aku ngetes satu stage dulu sebelum nanti aku lanjutin ke ini, ke karakter story-nya dulu, biar buatlah selesai ini dulu ya, saya mepet banget sama deadline. Oke, jadi aku coba tes dulu biar kalau misalnya ngetes audionya masuk apa enggak di di uh, streamnya. Oke, ini lanjut dulu side story-nya si POV Dores. The boundary shatters, an astrologer glimpses an unspeakable truth. Mhm. Miss Octavia, however, never made an appearance. Didn't see her for quite some time. That was until I followed some prisoners to a large hall and heard her voice among the group of unfilled. Ini berarti udah terpecah jadi dua kubu gitu. She noticed me and greeted me warmly. She told me she had been working on some new initiative. Yeah. She told me of her hopes to get more support. Reason initiate in spiritual shift toward realism and resistance. Everything was heading in the right direction. The idealist. Veteran members of faith. Pak, ini berarti Komala Kongres ke mungkin ke-6 atau mungkin bahkan nggak tahu kapannya ya. It could be long, it could be like 3 days gitu, soalnya nggak berasa. Mungkin satu kongres itu take place mungkin dalam satu hari, sehari sekali gitu mungkin. Oke, jadi ini aja udah yang ketujuh di masa yang sekarang punya si Recoleta. Masih belum ketahuan sih kongresnya keberapa. A jewel before a crowd of eager eyes. 10 pounds of gold. Those left with 10 flies to descend upon him. Congress. Signed to members of La Sociedad. Nah. Oh, ini kongres sebelumnya itu dilaksanain dengan duel. Duel dalam tanda kutip. Duel Duel prosa, duel literal.
What's going on?
Nah, bentar. Kedengaran nggak nih? Jatuh. Sepertinya kedengeran sih ya. Tadi aku coba cek. Semoga saya beneran terdengar. Mr. Julio is having another seizure.
Miss Erd, please, Julio needs your help.
Randomness of fate. Jadi Mr. Julio kemungkinan jadi korban pertama dari Die of Babylon ini. Randomness of fate. Smell. Require resistance. Jadi di sini titik balik di mana dia idealis menyuruh dia buat nyerah.
I don't want him to die. Please, Miss Octavia, help me so I can help him. Mr. Julio is gone. He left us the moment the duel was over.
What could that be? She's irreversible brain damage, but how could it happen so fast? Mungkin pengaruh storm? Maybe? Gone so quickly, so pointless. Something so senseless, nonsensical to them. Of Babylon.
A life is taken, and that's all you have to say?
The mind is the prison. Find a better way to survive this tragic day. Cuman ujung-ujungnya dia mah conforming ke ini juga, ke Babylon juga. La sociedad.
What a ridiculous, laughable man you are.
I'm not leaving this.
I've had enough of your condescending stone-hearted ego and your pompous sophistry. He'll only bring misfortune upon us with his constant rambling about that visceral realism. only the physician, the true overseer of this prison, can save us from this situation. Please join our society, Miss Dores.
Forgive me, Miss Octavia. While I truly appreciate your kind offer, I'm afraid my conversation with the physician must remain private.
Why?
Circular in shape.
Yes.
It used to be circular.
I've had such a lovely time here. So much so that I almost forgot what I came for.
Security is sweet.
That inescapable gaze, and the permanent theme of fate. You've decided to save the people here with your own hands, in your own way, and so have I. There are things I must face alone.
She is probably used to death. Yes, Leo passing her to say these words and don't feel it herself.
I see. Lend me your palm. I'll draw you the way to his office. Good luck to you. And to all of us.
Farewell, Miss Octavia. I truly hope all goes well for you in the days ahead. And in your journey, finding answers about fate, too.
Okay. Saya cek sini dulu. Kita jalankan survei dulu. Survei aja.
Nothing unexpected. For now.
Recover the konsumsi. Breakfast.
The show's on, hounds.
Fashion type.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo, en todos los momentos. Time waits for no one, even for a great gift. Time waits for no one, even for a great gift.
Dadah.
Cosmología, filosofía clásica. Do I have to do this?
Hold on to that.
Not a fan of my work, I take it?
Dumbass!
I fell.
Oh. Wear gloves.
Handling. El camino a Tlón.
Sterilize. Oh, hi.
A más. En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más.
I'm losing my patience.
end of my work, I take it?
I'm losing my patience.
Hey, don't interrupt me.
Enter command. All right, deep breath in. Enter command. All right, deep breath in.
En todos los momentos.
Enter command.
Wear gloves. Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Nuestro adversario es el tiempo.
Hold on to that.
Get out of here. Oh, freaking dumbass.
This hurts more than
I'm
words.
losing my patience.
Great decision.
El camino a Tlón.
The show's on. I'm ready.
Everyone.
En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltale todo una vez más.
Time waits for no one, even for a great king.
Go, 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 puppies. Ow! I'm losing my patience.
All right, deep breath in.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
Sterilized.
Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone. Give me a hand, friends. I can't do this alone.
Idealismo, vuelos de fantasía,
Conventional
patrones
choice.
ocultos.
I'm losing my patience. Freaking dumbass.
The show's on en todos los momentos. Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo. Plan A.
Time waits for no one, even for a great king.
Fish.
Cosmología, filosofía class. Do I have to do this? A mice pass. Hey, don't
I'm
interrupt
losing my
me.
patience. Freaking dumbass.
Wear gloves. Great decision.
Sterilized.
The show's on, hounds. El camino a Flores.
Everyone.
Get out of here.
Time waits for no one, even for a great king.
En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltale todo una vez más.
This is not bad for a stretch.
Okay. Let's read this first. Venus Gloriosas y directrices de metáforas. Tommy.
Goodbye.
Thomas. Miss Hunting.
I'm sorry.
Miss Editor.
Which means
Your work doesn't meet the publishing standards. Damn, rejected. Few extra sentence. Now let's use the remaining 20 minutes to discuss something unrelated to your manuscript. Actual referment murder.
I see. But
One way. Published. The murder.
look at this.
Why should I look at it? You know.
Listen.
You're into your idol, Franz Kafka. Metamorphose.
Here's the case.
This messy hair girl working at a cafe. The strange thing was there was no publisher, no category, no recommendations. Not even a price.
Wow.
Short story.
I think that no matter what,
Special. Pandora's box. Big. Let me see. Sleepwalking writer. Cafe. Sangat genius. He's hunting or accelerating. Yes, me by name.
We met in Guadalajara.
Pas lagi di pas ngumpul Guadalajara. When did I say I was going to help you publish a novel?
Huh?
Grief. give up writing.
I beg your pardon?
Saking geniusnya. You're so obsessed with the purity of literature. But listen, you have to change. Visceral realism again.
That's right, Miss Hunting.
It is difficult, eh? Quite vivid.
Oh, yes.
When the sun sets, their silhouettes the creepiest. How will the reader know?
Okay.
Oh, here at this line, this couple have allowed their heads to graze. One should dream of returning home.
It's a metaphor too, like the cattle herd.
Metaforas.
I understand what you're saying, but these are important elements of the novel. They'll all come into play later on.
Mirror semua. Bener-bener slow burn ini novelnya, booklet ini, novelet. It really is a place to private dreamscape. Screenwriting.
I don't understand. Unconventional. Why does the couple return home? Why do the characters know things that even the author doesn't? Does that mean...
Seminggu.
Till next time, Miss Hunting. I'll most certainly be back. Believe you me.
Cowboy Coachman. Oh, ada berapa ini? 13. Biasanya 8. Cuman ini sampai 13. Lebih panjang. The settings are low is causing hunting to squint. All except one. Recoleta.
Yes, is it my turn?
When did you get here? Let exposition. Andean Valley.
The cowboy had never once considered going home. That was, until he met the coachman. Like him, the coachman cast no shadow behind him.
Here I've hope.
He surveyed that land, familiar, yet strangely unfamiliar, and a chill crept up his spine.
Invitation kah? If we follow this cattle, shadows will be lost. There's no need to keep filming direction. But it's still the same, wind still the same. People no longer recognize me. Time to Templo della Metafora. The fog is getting thick. Camera pulls back and
Here we are. The Hell Place.
The Hell Place. Everything is fiction. You truly are a great editor. The story isn't mine at all. Belongs to the cowboy and the coachman. Where did they go?
Let's not waste any more time. Let the great adventure begin.
The cowboy and coachman. Secret core of the entire story. This giant philosophy stories McCuffin. Right this one.
Ah, right. Let me see. East.
Retconning while it goes.
West. South. And north.
Balik-balik udah malam. Just escape the maze. McCuffin. Cold listening to animals. Interacting with the stone pillar. That's the whole point of McCuffin. Almost always a necklace. Almost always papers. Rudyard Kipling.
Fantastico! I've already thought up of a few ways to make it even better.
It's getting late. Even if everything goes smoothly, we need at least 6 months. Okay. If you can finish it on time. Yes. That's the spirit. Stage 3. Stage 3. Magic of words. Oh, okay. Critic page, analysis page. Ini ada. Templo de la Metáfora. Temple of Metaphors. Maybe I can use that in my writing. Apa menjadi inspirasi ya. Jadi seperti itu. Pleasure myself books, nuts and clothing. To improve my narrative structure. Hemingway of Fitzgerald. Obsessed with literature.
How could that be? The world of literature may falter for a time, but it'll never fade away, Miss Hunting. Now that's a cause with real meaning behind it.
Today's little world. Even I myself often think I know little or nothing of my real life. Udah kayak Socrates ya. Versus Manis. And who knows that he doesn't know. How could we possibly claim to understand the state of literature today?
To me, writing is just as exhilarating as traveling around the world or slipping into a blissful dream. What happens in the second half of the story? Folk Vietnamese using their wit. Coachman made their way towards the light beyond the fog. At last, they found the entrance. Temple was converted in ancient ruins. Old man and Kohan with its cows stood in the distance as if waiting for them.
Udah kayak screenplay. Ada itunya. Apa ada petunjuk? 7 kelakuan. Redirecting it for emotion di dialogue now. Satisfied in it. Score of the Templo de la Metaforas. Mumbling. See those two girls. When the team is strangers, they turn to ghosts.
Hello.
Old man and a co-head.
Oh dear. Here is the case.
She wishes to touch the core of Templo de la Metafora. You must first solve the riddle.
Bring it on. I love a challenge.
Dear.
Cow.
Hello.
No.
You little rascal. Jatuh. Forgot. And this is in front of a 3 line. Okay, connecting something. This story is clearly tied to the theme of your story.
Let me think.
Let me think. Let me think. Go ahead, Kate.
Of course.
Have you also responsibility? No. The passage of time? No. Something more abstract.
Yes.
Is it what I'm doing right now?
Yes.
Literature doesn't offer answers. Rather, it serves to raise questions and open up unexplored realms.
Dokter Dores. The riddle itself is the answer, isn't it?
Yes.
Berarti ini mungkin apa ya? Karena dia udah ketemu sama Dokter Dores, berarti ini setelah dia ketemu Dokter Dores, lalu sebelum masuk ke chapter 9, probably. This is the way the story goes. Yeah. Maybe it's not so simple. Ini mirip kayak debugging ya kalau di bahasa programming gitu ya. Lagi proofreading sih kalau this is what I do usually do. Proofreading. People spend their lives about the future. This section is good. It needs to be clearer to guide the readers to the meaning. So beautiful. How did you write it? It is the sum of countless meanings everything has to offer. just word. Miracle. The light fades and the two imposter protagonists return to one particular room. dikasih dikasih special time ya. Let's be clear, this isn't going to be easy.
Oh,
Sudah
thank you.
tertarik.
Thank you. What an absolutely wondrous outcome from our pilgrimage to the Templo de la Metáfora. I know, Miss Hunting, but it'll be a glorious one.
Distant quakes. Masuk spring. Sekarang dia susah boy. Pate tea with mint. Hold on, are you old enough to drink? Yes, I should watch it into story. If you had a song, I would do it. You're not like that. Where's that? Is that era you've always talking about all day long, but self-aware, start speaking through literature. Pas Latin American boom berarti ya dia lahirnya.
Increíble, Miss Hunting. What a masterful way to put it.
Magma rising from the Earth's core. Can you imagine how breathtaking, how overwhelming it is?
Surely you understand what I'm saying, right?
I refuse to go easy on you. Do you think this novel is good enough? But malah berkemah. sebuah ide liburan berkemah. Keep your head. So this is our dinner. Belum pernah makan kah? Or eat with gratitude. Patagonian hair. To rats. Eating rats. Surprisingly good. Poetic language. To classify accepting letters gift. Little chance. 2 bulan camping.
Oh, I'm fine. I've dealt with much colder nights.
I have no idea for how to. Oh. Hateful. Brace yourself. Mau dipecah jadi trilogi.
Dios mío, I'd never considered that.
Left head first to the new one. It is the harder road. Amimir. The Good, the Bad, and Ugly reference. Oh my god. The Charleston and exactly what I said. You need a hook after that. I recently plan to choose to continue. Kesulitan untuk trilogi, bikin buku series gitu. Gimana caranya biar ada buat ke cerita selanjutnya. Should just leave.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm not sure I follow.
Sekarang malah Recoleta yang bingung. Tiga ada tiga, 1, 2, berarti hasilnya 9 ya. Oh, nggak editan sama stage 9 part. Up. Tilting at windmill. Don't quit shot. My God. Don't quit shot reference. Press token but not way to write to find sentence.
No, Recoleta. You can't just falter at the first obstacle.
Characters need to continue their journey. The rise and fall of sanity.
Have I not grown at all since then? Have I tried so hard all this time, only to get stuck in silent stagnation all over again?
Flashback. The two crows taps the punch for a century. Need something fresher. If it's your suggestion, then First, we're writing a novel with a screenplay. Figure out the ending. What does it mean? Shadow home, distant echoes. The temple.
Take up your pen, Recoleta.
Write that damn ending.
I'm sorry.
Recoleta. Gonzalo.
Oh dear.
Incomprehensible metaphors.
Sounds great.
Biasanya mate, sekarang black coffee.
That's awesome. That's surprising. Great. Why?
They set out once more to uncover the secret of the ageless.
Here's the case.
Journey of the Discovery. Don't quiz out. Tilting at the windmill.
My friend.
Fifty workers staring at the mountain of the red corpse.
But
Pencet. Why stop?
Why did I start this story in the first place? Look at this mess. Endless, meandering descriptions, broken dialogues, characters wandering around without purpose. It's a complete joke.
Problematik. Memulai sequel. Bingung.
Maybe I just need a little siesta.
Tut, tut, tut. 4 part lagi. Labirinto de Simbolos. Labyrinth of Symbol.
I know this dance. It's a
Tango. Wait. There's no face to see, child, name but a shadow. Yeah. Numb. Labyrinth of Symbol. I think I just found the name for the chapter 2. The actual dancing. Every day is caught in this restless, steady sway. This is a source of your insomnia. Numb. I'm too tired, I'm asleep. The tortoise walks to the station. It is default.
I understand you all too well. I also threw myself into the fire without a moment's hesitation.
Just move forward. Your driving is celebrate forever. Ke east. Ini north. The tortoise of north has told me the truth. Enlighten. Loh, ini kan inspiration ya. Entry, the east has remained untouched. That's nothing to do with you. With us. You write and rewrite and rewrite your rewrites. Endless cycle of revision. Fate of the writer.
What's the point of it all?
You're afraid you're the one who killed the cattle. Simply set them free. He provided freedom to chase the star. Is that something I have to accept? Of course.
Do you really think that will make me feel better?
Completion one night will give you the strength to go forth. Hit this device. Southern forest. Do not believe a single word it say. Cheering. Salah satu psychic. Must go use one round tray. cirik. Sekecil.
We were friends? Oh my, that's right. How could I have forgotten you?
The childhood. Bener. Childhood companion. Used to sit under the trees together. The clouds are cotton candy and I will swallow them. Wow. Green-eyed night.
It's been so long. I've missed you so much.
But I can't help you. So many things that were pure and beautiful.
Yes, I'd love to. Reality?
Reality. What are you the symbol of? You're breaking my heart. Cold-blooded executioner. They only have colors and shape.
Goodbye then.
It's just a symbol. She never had a friend like that. Forest South. Slighted. A paradox. The other slide. Surely I'm the one to tell the truth. Black hole. Why do you have to speak like that? It's unbearable. Self-absorbed, grandiose writer. Beast of literature. Refuge of kindness and warmth, sanctuary for resentment and spite.
I belong to the fictional world. I am fiction. Just other guest area. Injury. Unshakable arrogance.
hunting. Hmm. Hmm.
Here's the case.
Literature. Huh. Vanguard Literary Revival. Pedro Paramo.
Listen.
Hmm.
Long time no see, Miss Hunting. How have you been?
Symbolic Forest Labyrinth. The Symbolic Forest. Hmm.
Why should I seek their approval?
Mhm. Hmm. Mhm. Balik lagi ke novel pertamanya. Oh enggak, ke Vitano. Jauh sebelum ini.
Who told you this place was a wasteland? To my mind, it is 10 times more remarkable than anywhere else in the world.
Nah, di novel pertama ini.
Who are you? Are you... me? I'm not a symbol at all. I'm the gaucho writer of 1975, the legendary cowgirl of Sonora, Recoleta.
Where am I?
After that, you chose to return to reality, didn't you?
Gitu.
But I
Present
chose to stay
insanity.
here, in the realm of fiction.
Culture Rider.
I don't have time to sit around and chat. My comrades need rescuing. I must rally our people. Unite our strength to turn these ruins into a library. Will you stand with me and help write the next chapter of our cause? You really are me. I can't think of anyone else who would speak such nonsense. Come on, Recoleta. Get moving.
Gnostic paper.
See this? It's my badge of honor.
Ruinas Gloriosas.
What happened to you? You really aren't anything like me anymore. Listen to your heart. There's something missing, isn't there? Blessed me, blessed me. My beating heart does drum. The fervent words of visceral realism. Within my chest they thump. Well, you may have forgotten much, but none of that matters now. A new adventure lies before us, and should we fail, let us fail spectacularly.
Optimistic, reckless. Anonymous writer chasing the literal explosion era.
Failure doesn't diminish the glory of the journey. At the very least, I'll earn a badge of honor, just like hers. Yes, and my novel will be that badge.
Gloriosas. Only a letter.
Thank you, Miss Hunting. And I'm sorry.
I finally know the answers. So, of course, these are your characters. They flow from my pen, word by word. So. Glorious illusion. The poet. Visual realism. Pinanonod na yung Recoleta. Kebalik. No, I just had for too long my backup.
I realize now that I never really understood you, Miss Hunting. Nor did I really try to.
Bener. Ceritain kisah diri sendiri. La Plata. Profesor Carlos Maxwell Perkins of Latin America.
Why would she want to be an editor when everyone else at that time was striving to be a writer?
Semut was on their inspiration.
But she did become a great editor, didn't she? Because she's you.
She became a shirt merchant. Literature.
I have an idea. A good one, I promise. Would you help me finish my novel? Not as an editor, but as a friend?
Let's complete this work together. My God. Buenas Gloriosas.
You've drunk the poisoned wine, Recoleta. A treacherous scheme of the cave dwellers.
Ouroboros. Directriz de metáforas.
But why? Why did you sacrifice yourself? Haven't you longed to see the victory of our great movement? I did it for us. Now go. Save our comrades and see this journey through to the very end. A forgotten river runs, its course to all untold, at the source of the Gnostic River.
Gnostic River.
In shrouded darkness laid. Within that mirror, the cave dweller hides, his ancient face displayed.
Gnosis Gnostic River. Within that mirror.
Tread lightly. Do not disturb those shadowed tribal dwellers.
Cave dwellers.
Stay away from me!
The 9th and 10th time darkness falls, Las Ruinas Gloriosas shall appear to mark the journey's end.
For awake. That cave.
It must be this brazier. It marks the boundary between the 9th cave and the 10th.
Go! Bring forth the light!
Miss Hunting, are you all right?
Number. Lighten. Cheering. Slighted.
Step aside. I must rescue my comrade. Las Ruinas Gloriosas. The answer's in the name, right?
The glorious route.
What's going on? It's the pillar del templo de la metáfora.
The retcon.
The MacGuffin.
The MacGuffin. North. Purpose play.
Those
Jadi kompres kan.
adventures seem hazy now.
Coachman. Oh, jadi gabungannya. Yeah.
Where are we going?
Journey home.
Goodbye, Miss Hunting. Publishing novels, receiving awards. None of that matters to me anymore. There's a whole beautiful world before me. Shouldn't I live like a poet and go out and experience its wonders under the glorious radiance of Apollo? Shouldn't I run free, feeling the grass and earth between my toes? After all, the story is far from over.
In the story, you're supposed to become Coachman. Coach of Night.
Blessed me, blessed me. My beating heart does drum. The fervent words of visceral realism. Within my chest they thump. Come on home, spirits of the past.
Gregor Samsa in the Metamorphosis. Use the word as well as Kafka.
May I ask? Oh. I'm sorry.
Anonymous novel. Recoleta. Ruinas gloriosas directrices de Mataforas.
That's...
Maria Hunting. Editors of history. Full of players, viewers, and readers. To all of you guys. Infinite symbolism. Start Infinite symbolism sudah kelar. Aja. Oke.
You mean coffee beans aren't technically beans?
Kita kelarin dulu daily.
Kids!
Task 11.
Is the bluebird essentially... Water is a brilliant medium that links numbers and forms.
Resource. Oke. Force tarik bawah ya sekalian. Oke. Banyak ini. Oke.
Program activated. The light that illuminates us. Target confirmed. Barrage. Aim and shoot. Eliminate target. The curtain. Join with us, comrades. Keep up the pace. Eliminate target. Target confirmed. Barrage.
Keep going. For our...
Oh, dream contract. Klaim dulu. Klaim. Oh ya. Klaim. Klaim. Oke, sebelum kita lanjut mungkin aku mau break dulu sama 10 menitan lah, 10 atau sampai 15 menit. Break dulu ya guys, 10 sampai 15 menit kira-kira. Yo, yeah, welcome back. Telah kembali. Right, let's continue the main story, chapter 9. Oke. Kita sudah masuk ke Menara Sentral, ke Menara Pusat.
Wait here a moment.
Yeah, waiting.
I'll report the situation and your request to Dr. Merlin.
Okay.
However, since he's always busy, I can't guarantee he'll agree to meet you. But I'll do my best to persuade him.
Now's our chance, Sinetto. Our chance? What do you mean, Timekeeper? It's unlikely that the jailer will let us search the central tower, even in this situation. We should take the initiative and look for clues while she's away. I see, Timekeeper. I will do my best.
Unauthorized search. Not clearly her best suit.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Recoleta. Without your precise predictions, we wouldn't be standing here now. I haven't yet grasped the connection between the die, your novel, and what's happening in this place. But, by process of elimination, it's almost certain that your pen pal, Aleph, is right behind this door. Sometimes I envy your decisiveness, Vertin. I'm sure many people have praised this special talent of yours. Are you all right? You don't seem as excited as when we first entered Kamala. The all-seeing sentinel of the Panopticon, veiled within the central tower. If it truly is Aleph, I don't know how to face such a terrifying and increasingly plausible reality. Sorry to interrupt, but Timekeeper, I think you'll want to see these. Signed Erd. This is a letter from Dokter Dores. Her handwriting, it's as beautiful as I'd imagined. Who is it addressed to? Dear Mr. Aleph. Aleph? Looks like Dores and Aleph are acquaintances. Or at least, they've had some correspondence. Dear Mr. Aleph, my apologies if this reaches you at an inconvenient time. I am Dores, pen name Erd, an ordinary inmate of the Panopticon of Kamala. I write seeking your guidance, if you wouldn't mind offering it to me.
I heard from the physician, Dr. Merlin, that you have the answer to every question. A statement which has been echoed by the idealist and the other inmates. I have something I wish to ask you. What exactly is your role at the prison? Chief Warden? A secret backer? An observer who dominates the prison? Are you truly the supreme ruler of the Panopticon of Kamala?
Dear Erd, I do indeed have answers for every question, including yours. I'm afraid every one of your speculations is off the mark. I am merely an inmate who chose to imprison himself here. And allow me to point out that your identity isn't as ordinary as you claim. Why is it that you, my fellow inmate and guest of Manus Vindictae, are so interested in Kamala?
Dokter Dores? A guest of Manus Vindictae? It came from inside the room. Do you think they're okay? The jailer and the physician. What happened? I'm not sure, but it could be bad. Come on, let's go in and see if they're all right. It seems we've stumbled upon the physician's office. I should have known, but is this an operating room? As if this prison wasn't bizarre enough already.
Didn't I tell you to wait outside? What do you think you're doing barging in like this?
We were just worried about your safety, jailer.
Enough. Get out of...
Quiet.
Physician.
The reptilian complex governs all our fundamental functions.
Reptilian complex.
Our heartbeat, breathing, fight or flight responses, and our territory and hierarchy awareness. Our primitive ancestors, like reptiles and birds, followed such instincts to survive. Through millions of years of evolution, we developed the limbic system.
Limbic system.
This processes emotions and forms memories. It allows us to feel fear, sadness, anger, joy. Our behaviors are given meaning. Now it's the neocortex that makes up more than 2/3 of our total brain volume. Language, perception, logical reasoning, abstract thought. This is what forms the complexity of human nature. We read, create, perceive. We try to understand both the world and ourselves. We are forever setting goals, one after another. And all this, these multitudes, happens within the confines of the skull, in the tight folds of the crowded cerebral cortex.
Is he performing surgery?
Such a delicate and elaborate organ. Were it unable to forget, what would come of it? Can this space, no larger than the palm of my hand, truly accommodate dozens of people at once?
Aleph. Decision.
What's happened to the patient? It looks like he's dying. ¿Fracasó la cirugía?
Nonsense. The surgery was a tremendous success. I have erased his debilitating hysteria and restored order to the panopticon. What are you trying to achieve by barging in here? Forget it. The next operation requires my attention. Jailer, show them out. Bring me the next patient in 15 minutes.
I'm sorry, Miss Verton. I'm afraid you have to leave now.
Please, just let us speak with you. It'll only take a moment. I have something very important I need to ask.
Important? Nothing is of greater importance than my experiments in the panopticon, outsiders. To ensure they continue, the stability of time and schedule is absolutely paramount.
Continue. Stability of time.
Experiments in the panopticon. So you really are the controller of the prison, then?
Controller? What an outdated notion. Superficial, really. The panopticon has no need for such power, regardless of who occupies the central tower, or even if no one's there at all. Every inmate is both the observer and the observed, both wielders and subjects of power. Achieving such a state requires no physical or violent measures. The structure of the panopticon itself is the mechanism which sustains it. Kamala is simply a manifestation of this model. Once I confirm its feasibility and adaptability, this model can be applied to any functional setting with only minor modifications. So far, it has proven to be far superior to any current system of governance in our world. Transcendental, even. Curse it.
Perfect.
Why am I wasting time explaining this to you? Time is running out.
Dr. Merlin, you keep mentioning time. What exactly do you mean by that?
Really? You need to ask? Even those oily-headed lunatics know it.
Oily-headed.
The end of this era is imminent, is it not?
You know about the storm?
That's what you call it, is it? A storm that washes everything away? You employees of the St. Pavlov Foundation should know better than I. Soon, this era and everything in it will cease to exist. I must prove the feasibility of the Panopticon model before this place is turned to ruins. Or something even more unrecognizable.
A storm that washes everything away? Burton, what on earth are you two talking about?
No one can predict the era to which we will be reversed. I have seen the eras change time and time again. The transformation of this place, over and over. But no matter which era each of these 9 storms, as you call them, has taken us back to, Cordeismo continues to plague this land. Dependency theorists, martyred revolutionists. I've seen them all. You, young writer, are no different from those intellectuals who were swept away in the rain. There is no romance in this era. Only the repeated cycles of madness and brutality. An endless, meaningless struggle. Only in this forgotten corner can we momentarily escape the plundering of the marauders and the chaos they unleash. Although it won't be long before this place is looted by those oily-headed lunatics, just as it has countless times before on this land as rich as silver. But there is still hope. Even in a wasteland, we may still be saved as long as I uncover the path to transcendentality. I will find the ultimate answer.
Mirip banget sama yang Prisoners in the Cave. Atau Transcendence juga.
I've already wasted far too much time on you. Leave now.
You heard him. Please don't press things any further.
All right, Senor, I get it. Obviously, you don't want to discuss my novel with me anymore. So I won't insist upon it. All the letters we wrote to one another, all those inspiring revisions and suggestions, I guess they meant nothing to you. But there's still something I must tell you. Jailer, could you please allow us a private conversation with the No, with Aleph.
Leave us, jailer. I'll spare these outsiders 5 minutes.
Aleph. When he pulls out the ice pick, don't be afraid. Panic is proof that you're still lucid. Professor Antonio from Portugal became intrigued by medical student documenting how gorillas become docile. Oh, apa? Lobotomy. Frontal lobes. Ya kan, lobotomy. Leukotomy. Walter Freeman, ice pick lobotomy. Hammering a steel pick, tak tak tak, ditancepin, dapat kantong mata ya. Frontal lobotomies.
Dr. Merlin, or should I say Aleph, I don't know why you're using my novel to manipulate the Panopticon. But you need to know that it won't serve your purpose, whether in fiction or reality. You claim that the inmates are both the observer and the observed, and both wielders and subjects of power. How could you be so blind as to not see the true state of the Panopticon? The inmates haven't achieved any perfect order. No. They've devolved into pitiful caricatures of themselves, performers in some endless pantomime to be watched from the central tower. Even their medication has become a prop to demonstrate the so-called randomness of fate in the theater that is the Panopticon. This farce hasn't made the Panopticon a better place. No, it has warped it into a twisted theater of cruelty, where the sick are denied treatment and left to quietly perish in the dark corners of its halls. And literature has died alongside them. This prison is a monster, born under the gaze of this all-seeing power. Aleph, is this truly the ultimate answer you've been searching for?
What? Are you suggesting that this is the answer I've reached? That my experiment has been a failure all along, and I've been too blind to see it? No, impossible. Foucault's theory is flawless.
Foucault's theory.
I have removed every obstacle to the running of this prison. It is pure, sacrosanct. I have constantly re-evaluated the system, adjusting my instructions to my subordinates to ensure the most efficient maintenance of the established order. And now, you stand here and tell me that everything I've done has been meaningless from the very beginning? That the power model I have implemented has already been replaced by an alternative? No, outsiders. The perfect order of the Panopticon shall not be disrupted. I will not be swayed by your lies.
Bro terlalu sibuk dengan dunianya sendiri.
This facility is superior to all of us. Nothing here escapes my notice.
Dia terlalu percaya kalau segalanya itu perfect.
That said, it isn't easy to work a miracle, as we all know.
Pakai D20. Dadu Babilon.
I shall personally verify it all myself.
What's happening?
Yeah, what's happening really? It's warped.
Visitors from another era. You have come here with plagued ideologies in an attempt to break the subtle balance of the Panopticon. But did you not notice the tiles beneath your feet? The cracks and water stains on the walls, constantly changing right before your eyes. This room, the previous room, every room, you have blindly wandered through them, seeing them as nothing more than the building blocks of a monotonous labyrinth. But this place was not born from the chaotic imaginings of a madman. No. Every inch has been crafted through the meticulous harnessing of order and power. Every wisp of spider silk drifting in the wind. Every speck of rust on the gallery rail. Every detail of the Panopticon has been built by my own hands. With this ever-shifting die, concepts may be transformed into reality, and ideals into substance. I observe the movement of every entity, the passage of every second. The moment you entered this realm, you too became subjects of my experiment.
Wow, the physician. Prison of power.
It's an honor to meet you.
Admit it. This is all getting out of hand.
Aleph.
Impossible! All is under the Dai's control.
God.
What may appear to be chaos is nothing more than a temporary deviation.
I can hear it. I've got some trouble brewing.
Charging.
My crucible really has a mind of its own.
Faraday's miracle.
Da-da-da-da.
Get ready.
Loading.
I've got some trouble brewing.
Wait for the pop.
Barrage.
Stay put. This will hurt longer if I miss.
It's special, precise, perfect.
It is far from perfect. You know that as well as I. Why else would we be conducting this experiment?
And now to return to my long-term mission.
This happened when the idealist was attacked too.
Warp.
To think we've been trapped in a prison fabricated by a Dai all this time. Did the physician really build all this with such a small, simple object?
The distortion is getting worse. Prepare yourselves to fight.
Fight or flee.
Please, Dr. Merlin, stop this.
No. You're asking for the impossible. Power model of the Panopticon is destined to permeate all of society. Such insignificant interferences could never plunge it into chaos.
But it already has, Merlin. You failed.
I have
Ngomong
not
sendiri.
failed. As long as I keep the prison running.
It isn't your power model running the prison. It's the Dai. It's simply a form of magic, unrelated to the microphysics of power you seek. It provides no aid in your experimentation with power. It's a false hope. A castle in the sky given to you by the military junta and Manus Vindictae.
Manus Vindictae? So you really are working with them. What exactly do you intend to do?
And I've also failed. I've
Glitch.
ended up a pathetic fool,
Classic.
lost in the chaos of reality.
Paracelsus.
Just like the idealist, chasing
Zahir.
visceral realism. Paracelsus seeking the fountain of youth. And Zahir obsessing over the one-sided coin. When did it all start falling apart, Aleph? When the doorknob loosened? When the prisoner's wounds started to fester? Or when the daily disinfectant concentration reached 28 milligrams? Or the crack in the second gray brick on the wall expanded to 6 millimeters? Or was it when Warden Tartuffe left Ushuaia with news of the Foucault Association's dissolution? This place should have been the ideal ground for psychoanalytic practice. Why did they halt all research, all discussion? We've been abandoned, haven't we? By eras old and new. He designed and have maintained everything in Kamala, right down to the smallest detail. But it is these details that trap you. And as the bars close around you, you are losing your name, Merlin.
Oh,
And you're becoming a physician,
iya.
a man forever
Jadi
imprisoned in these walls.
deconstructed karakter ya. Dari Merlin jadi physician.
I don't understand. All these false eras are like a dreadful novel with no conclusion. Trying to find answers within such things is, in itself, a mistake. Much like them, you are destined never to attain transcendentality.
Ya. Berarti kayak kalau paralelnya sama apa Prisoners in the Cave chapter 4 chapter 4, chapter 5 atau yang ada di patch 1.4 ya. Selama masih belum belum bisa ngelepas dari form itu, mereka nggak bisa attain red sedality juga, nggak bisa kembali ke surganya mereka dalam tanda kutip.
Tell me, Aleph, does the ultimate answer even exist?
Dan sebenarnya jawabannya juga kurang lebih sama sih, ultimate answer-nya itu.
Timekeeper, are you alright?
Semuanya semua ultimate answer-nya itu justru bikin everything falls apart itu pasti Aperon itu. Kayak mungkin this just
Yes.
what happened.
And you? And Miss Recoleta? Are you okay?
That might happen here as well.
Miss Recoleta?
Recoleta.
You're...
The word utopia derives from Greek. It means no place. People cannot understand the structure of the labyrinth, yet they continue to follow. They cannot comprehend the mechanics of fate, yet they believe in its jurisdiction.
Hey, connecting. mulai sinyalnya mulai hilang. Hilang.
Everything will naturally fall into place.
God.
And now, Polar
Aleph
approaches. How good it is to see you, pen pal.
Akhirnya dia kembali menjadi Aleph. Does the foundation ever actually require employees to clock in? For code. French philosopher. They never complete. Madness is a natural phenomenon, cultural construct. After the Enlightenment era, punishment become form of public education. Deleuze. Was it Deloise? I don't know. Maybe it's German. Is it Deleuze or Deloise? Something else. Believe that another model of power had replaced disciplinary power, the power of administration. Bureaucrats. This discussion because of what physicians said. Now I'm starting to see how this model reduces people into little more than animals. Masukin mirror. Mari kita lanjut.
Where did the physician go? Wait. Sir? Are you?
Unchanging mirror.
Aleph. It's
Aleph.
you. My pen pal. You are, in fact, in Komala. All those letters. All the ideas we shared. They weren't just my imagination or some prank. Vertin, Soneto, it's all just as I told you. They weren't meaningless. They're all real.
So, sir, are you Aleph, the ruler of this prison? Are you the one controlling the panopticon with the die? The one hiding Miss Dores' whereabouts?
What curious inquiries. Quite different from the last 2,666 questions I've received. My guests, you may call me Aleph, or by any other name, be it a symbol of God's oneness or a farcical epithet.
Yeah. Aleph. God's oneness.
I am merely one of the many prisoners who voluntarily reside here. A single letter in the alphabet of the Panopticon.
A letter? The way you speak is quite different from Dr. Merlin. Still, I wonder what your relationship is with him.
It's just his alter ego.
But allow me to make a guess. You're Dr. Merlin, aren't you?
And also the
I'm afraid
idealist.
that's not entirely accurate. But you may think of it that way. Merlin is a figment born of my mind, an incomplete reenactment.
Alter ego.
He is me, yes, but not entirely. He, or rather they, failed to find their answers. They fought against their predestined fates, only to be inevitably crushed under their weight. I simply stood by and watched it all unfold. That was the extent of our relationship.
They?
You've already met Merlin and the idealist, even witnessed their demise. Shackled by the delusions of verses, the idealist lost his own name. Merlin, too, imprisoned himself within the system of the Panopticon. I'm sure their desperate pursuits caused you some trouble. Please forgive them. After all, your fleeting encounters led to the demise of them both.
I think I understand now. The idealist and the physician are both parts of you.
Alter egos.
Or, to put it another way, they're your alter egos.
The physician mentioned Manus Vindictae. What's the relationship between this prison and the Manus?
Visitors from the Foundation. We all witnessed those eras perish. In 1977, not long before the fourth storm, I arrived in Ushuaia. Shortly after, some members of the National Foucault Studies Association reached out to me. But it wasn't just them. An arcanist organization called Manus Vindictae also approached me. Each of them wanted answers. They named me their advisor.
You acted as an advisor to the Manus?
The two parties presented me with a concept and a parable, respectively.
A concept and a parable?
The Foucault Association sought to explore the feasibility of the Panopticon concept here, while Manus Vindictae showed me a parable of the past and future. Day and night, I wandered through endless texts, endless realities, as I searched for answers. And thus, Merlin was born. He was both an experiment and a price I paid. A new concept, a new direction. Pursuing such things always leaves me confined by the limitations of human knowledge. Merlin spent his entire life exploring Foucault's theories in pursuit of that singular yet infinite answer.
What about the Manus, Mr. Aleph? You didn't explain why you helped them.
Explain why? Because they asked me to, just as you have.
Yeah. The true neutral.
I simply worked to answer their questions.
No political Bullshit.
So you're saying that, to you,
Yeah.
we are no different from Manus Vindictae?
Hmm.
And if we ask, you'll answer us, without holding anything back?
Is that not precisely what is happening this very moment? This is what the Manus gave Merlin. A magical die
Tear of
named
Komala.
the Tear of Komala. It was once a gemstone that belonged to a god. At the beginning of the century,
Tears of Komala.
explorers plucked it from an ancient gate they discovered in Antarctica.
Oh.
To the explorers' amazement, the gemstone could turn human desires into reality. So they cut it into a die, a symbol of fate, and used it to build a sanatorium, which was later transformed into the panopticon you are standing in right now.
BTW ini juga apa? Dainya ini juga kayak mungkin muncul juga di apa? Di Tristes Tropicus yang patch 2.2 itu. Di tempatnya si apa? Zeno. Oke, padang rebel.
Then, Aleph, you really are the mastermind behind the Panopticon? You said Merlin used the Panopticon to seek his answer. What does that have to do with my novel? I don't get it, Aleph. Why would you use my novel to manipulate this place? Roberta, Garcia, Octavia, Pablo, the jailer, everyone. Not one of them deserved to be trapped in a deadly loop in which everyone's fate is already predestined. They're just like the ghosts in Amalfitano, inescapably trapped within the ruins.
Amalfitano.
Tell me, what is it you really want?
Ruinas Gloriosas.
It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. The third line of your first letter. You said you wanted to give the rise and fall of sanity an ending.
Strange incantation. Floor lion's tail, sacred scarab wing, Coteo's shell. Ya, Nukuteo shell yang diambil dari apa? Last Evenings on Earth. Free breeze. Ini yang dari Vocal Studies. We believe your exceptional abilities will be instrumental in achieving this vision. Oh, Tartufe. Sum of self and self.
Los registros históricos del Dado de Babilonia aún se pueden encontrar en la biblioteca de la Universidad Santa Teresa. No. Una apertura como esta haría la historia demasiado ambigua. En 1975, en el pueblo de Amalfitano, Sonora, México, ocurrió ocurrió algo terrible y escalofriante en la cabaña con el techo azul. Todo comenzó con las costumbres peculiares de los Espera, ¿cómo supe todo esto? Necesito agregar un rol para el narrador. El cuentacuentos. Un poeta surrealista de México me contó esta historia. Una anciana entró en el bar al que solía ir en el pueblo. Al mismo tiempo,
el empleado del banco también entró al bar trayendo la noticia de que una corporación multinacional iba a construir una fábrica de jabón de galletas en Amalfitano.
Espera, empleado del banco. No sabía que había bancos en Amalfitano. Pero sí, tiene sentido. Los bancos comerciales son, sin duda, un sello del capitalismo. Gracias, amigo por correspondencia.
Amigo corresponden.
Antes de convertirse en empleado del banco,
Panjang juga ya, dari penpel jadi
antiguas costumbres
itu
del pueblo.
correspondence partner itu,
Era un
correspondence friend.
pescador de dunas.
Después de aceptar el destino otorgado por el Dadu de Babilonia, eligió dejar todo atrás, el triste y aterrador pueblo y los ciclos ocultos dentro de la infinita aleatoriedad.
Oh, qué irónico. Pero también es realista.
Believer in fate.
Ahora solo necesitamos un personaje contrastante. Un creyente en el destino. Una anciana tejedora se sentó en su antiguo taller, girando incansablemente su rueca. Un regalo precioso, otorgado por el Dadu de Babilonia.
Yang nanti jadi blind. Nah, blind waver.
Suavemente todo lo que había vivido.
¡Qué idea brillante, Aleph! Una tejedora ciega no podría haber presenciado el asesinato.
Padahal si Dores.
¡Fantástico! En este caso, agregaré a un conductor de burros que es asesinado en este capítulo. Con cada una de tus sugerencias, la historia da un paso adelante. Gracias, Aleph. Pero todavía no veo ninguna señal del final. Es como si no importara cuántos personajes nuevos agreguemos. Todavía falta algo en el pueblo desértico. Aleph, ¿qué debo hacer? ¿Cómo le doy un final a esta historia?
Tú misma me preguntaste, ¿cómo le doy un final a esta historia? Me describiste cómo tus palabras se habían transformado en un rompecabezas desmesurado infinito, un lenguaje irreconocible, una colección de información ambigua y una parábola que había perdido todo su significado. La ausencia de un final aún te roe, atrapándote para siempre en ese abrasador pueblo desértico. Todo lo que estoy haciendo es intentar encontrarlo para ti.
¿Estás diciendo que has estado manipulando los acontecimientos en el panóptico desde que intercambiamos cartas por primera vez septiembre pasado?
Sí, cada vez que revisabas la novela, se hacían ajustes correspondientes en el panóptico. Reflejar fielmente las complejidades de cada detalle era clave para asegurar que la historia avanzara sin problemas. Estos ajustes los manejaba principalmente Merlin, a veces el idealista, y antes de ellos, Zahir y Paracelso.
Zahir sama Paracelsus juga sempat di sini.
Cada vez
6 versiones de la historia del Amalfitano ya se han desarrollado en el panóptico.
Eso significa la rana aplastada en el barro, la vaca muriendo de vieja, el lirón cayendo al mar, el fantasma asesinado en el duelo y los cambios repentinos al Dadu de Babilonia.
The Ghost Killed in the Duel itu yang si siapa? Kan gue yang di story Dores tadi. Sama change-nya setelah itu, right after that.
Todas las revisiones que sugeriste, todas las muertes, el caos y la locura, ¿realmente sucedieron aquí mismo?
Incluso la eternidad tiene sus límites, o Recoleta. In the 6th revision, we added the blind weaver, an extraordinary figure, just like the paracausality researcher who carries a suitcase that you introduced in your 7th letter.
Paracausality researcher.
The paracausality researcher carrying a suitcase.
13.
Miss Recoleta, is this character really based on the timekeeper?
Yeah.
What?
Belum.
Of course not. The paracausality researcher is an entirely different character.
Don't you understand?
Yeah.
We're only one die roll away from the ending.
Karena udah ada variabel-variabelnya semua.
I don't. What on earth are you trying to do?
Recoleta, it is the cycle of fate that has brought you to the panopticon of Komala in Ushuaia. Now, return to the rise and fall of sanity. Return and become a character once more. You've been searching for its ending, but how could you possibly find it when you're no longer inside the story? I believe that this time you will witness the grand finale with your own 2 eyes. No more sadness, no more loneliness. The answer you've long sought lies in the inevitable final row of the die.
So, the jailer is the bank clerk, and Erd is the blind weaver. But what about Roberta, Garcia, and Octavia? They weren't even assigned roles. They were just playthings, helpless in the face of fate. What right do you or I have to decide what happens to them? To dictate their gains and losses?
But they couldn't possibly understand such a thing, could they? To you, it's just a story. But to them, it is the manifestation of bittersweet destiny.
Do you think hiding behind the guise of fiction absolves you from the reality that you've turned the Panopticon into a living hell? Yes. You're the only one who truly understands the rise and fall of sanity. Goodness knows how many manuscripts I sent out that never received a reply. I was so grateful to you for your replies, for understanding my novel. Those things were more precious to me than any sunrise over the Andes. Had I known that your feedback was created in such a way, and at such a cost, I would have preferred not to receive it at all. Don't you get it? Even if they don't understand my novel, the people I meet are still my friends. Whether we took a long journey together, or we simply chatted for a few hours, we formed an inseparable, miraculous bond. They're a part of me. How could you treat them like fictional characters? It's disrespectful to my work, and to life itself.
But you raised the question yourself. Why do you resist receiving its answer?
They're always like this, aren't they? They throw a question at you, only to abandon it along with the fading of the era. This storm will spare no one. You've known it all along, Aleph. Only the timeless panopticon can maintain control. The all-seeing tower. The perfect governing system. What a hopeless fool you are, Merlin.
Idealist.
Haven't you heard what they say? There is no need to build a labyrinth when the whole world already is one. Your meaningless questions will be swept away by the tides of time, only to resurface on the shores of our minds once more. We've seen it happen, over and over again. Surely you've realized by now, but the only true meaning can be found in literature. For over a century, literature has remained the singular, ultimate answer. This lonely cowboy is simply feeling lost at the moment. Spare us your ramblings, idealist. You're wasting our time.
Enough.
Aleph seems to be in a terrible state. We have to be careful. Something isn't right about that die.
It's an honor to meet you.
Go ahead. Keep the story going. Carry it through until we finally feel the sweet gratification of the ending.
Your endeavors are doomed to fail. There's only madness in literature and art, not transcendentality.
It is here. Más allá en todos los momentos.
Chargé. Tu peux la jeter maintenant. La charme d'opéra.
A truly villainous moment.
Nuestro aliado es la verdad. En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más.
Barrage.
Low connected.
Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo, el camino a Dios. I can hear it. Ready? Aim.
Loading.
Do I have to do this? En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más.
My crucible really has a mind of its own.
Faraday's miracle.
Get ready. This is going to be a crack.
It is here.
Okay.
I can hear it.
Get ready. This is going
Time for a little move. Más allá del concepto mundano del tiempo.
Charging.
Mon officier n'est pas un capitaine. Wait for the pop.
Pam 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 pam.
Fire.
Cosmología, filosofía clásica.
Target
El
confirmed.
fundamento del mundo. A fan of my work, I take it.
These explorations, these fractures, they're all failures, aren't they? In this infinite expanse, I feel nothing but infinite sorrow.
The curtain.
Wait! Mr. Aleph? Are you human?
Human.
Please hand over the die peacefully.
Mr. Aleph, please stop resisting. It's futile.
Futile. Yes, it's all futile. The cage of rules, the ideals of literature, both are futile. Mere illusions conjured along the path to transcendentality.
Cage of Rules punya physician, idealist.
They all fear that they're nothing more than phantoms in someone else's dream. That reality will devour everything, including their very existence. That's why they drift further away from transcendentality. They couldn't break free from that false dream. None of them could. Both the physician and the idealist walked toward their own destruction, just as I expected. But your novel still has hope, Recoleta. Its ending hasn't been written yet. We cannot deny
Oh, bentar, berarti tadi tuh karakter story-nya itu ternyata setelahnya ya, setelah ini semua. Well, ya tak apalah.
You're not going to stop, are you?
Ini menurut saya masih prosesnya apa? Ruinas Gloriosas itu kan.
Not until you get your answer. Sonetto, we have no choice but to seize the die from him by force.
Glasveda.
Enough. I said enough.
Story-nya belum dirobek. Rise and Fall of Sanity. Someone's already opened it. Perhaps a lady or perhaps the sender itself. Dear Miss Recoleta, 6th edition, Rise and Fall of Sanity. I believe we are nearing the conclusion. Additionally, regarding the character of Blind Weaver. Poetry of fiction. Nah, pas gue adalah Hara.
I'm afraid we can't publish your novel in its current state, Recoleta. We look forward to seeing more refined work from you in the future.
Rejection.
Cruz, what a pleasure to see you here. I'm an editor from the Naranja Dulce publishing house. Could you spare a moment to discuss the copyright for the Bluebird? We're huge fans of your children's literature.
Hey, relax, Recoleta. Look at all the books around you. This place is heaven. You can't get down on yourself. Not here. There's so many writers and publishers here. It's only natural you'd be turned down 17 times. This is just the beginning. Now, which section should I visit next? Oh, this brochure might help. Estupendo. An exchange of ideas between writers. Nothing could be more incredible than that. I recall James Joyce was inspired by a letter he received from Henrik Ibsen. So, maybe what I need is to find someone to share my manuscript with. But who? Adeo Emasums.
Aleph.
Aleph. Averroes.
Foldens to Aleph.
It's you, senor. Don't worry. I promise I'll catch up on the rent next month. Although I must say, this apartment's hardly worth the price. The cracks on the walls must date back to the last century.
Make all the excuses you want, Ingrid. If you don't pay the rent soon, you'll either end up in that crumbling colonial building on the corner or on the street, selling oranges at the San Telmo market. By the way, Julia told me you lost your job at the textile factory. You under some kind of can't work in one place for more than 3 months, curse or something, senorita?
Oh, you don't even want to know about the terrible things that happened in that factory. All I did was lend the oppressed workers a hand.
You're just like those college kids, full of hot air. Anyway, I am not here about the rent. Didn't you tell me to watch out for your letters a while back, when you just returned from abroad? Well, here it is, a letter for you.
Aleph.
Dios mío! Someone actually wrote back to me! This is incredible! Oh, thank you so much for bringing it to me, senor. Dear Miss Recoleta, it's from, let's see, Aleph. Hey, I've been watching you. You're not local, are you? What are you writing? Oh, hola. You're right. I just arrived in Buenos Aires 3 days ago. My trip's been a lot like a Copes tango performance. Full of twists and turns, but nothing much worth telling. I'm actually writing a reply to my pen pal. Long story short, I sent him a manuscript of my novel, and to my surprise, he actually wrote back. Amazing, isn't it? In our recent letters, we've been discussing how my novel lacks a key character to drive the story toward a decisive ending. So we've been debating whether to introduce a new ghost to act as a turning point for the story. Oh, so then you're a writer? Hey, Pancho, come over here. I found an actual real-life writer.
What's the big deal? I wrote plenty of poems in middle school.
Oh, so you're a poet. I have a feeling we're about to embark on an incredible adventure together. Are you interested in joining the visceral realism movement?
Visceral realism.
What? I've never heard of it, but it sounds like fun. Fabuloso. We have no time to waste. Once I finish this letter, you two must join me on a journey to Ushuaia.
Ushuaia? The end of the world? Why the heck would we go to that icebox?
Oh, don't be such a downer, Pancho. Just think of the fun we'll have, the breathtaking scenery we'll see, and the incredible stories we'll hear.
Hi, Maria. I'll deal with the gold if you really want to go so badly.
By the way, could you tell us about your novel? Of course. I'll tell you all about it on the way. Now where to begin? Alright, let's start with the cottage with the blue roof in Amalfitano.
Amalfitano.
It's been 6 months since we first exchanged letters. Since then, I've been traveling. First from Chile to Mexico, then from Mexico to Argentina. And I've never stopped writing. I'm not really sure what the purpose of my novel is. I just keep writing and writing. I can't stop. What power does literature hold? What responsibilities? Perhaps only by continuing to write will I understand one day. Aleph, you're right. I do want an ending to my novel. But not like this.
Kenapa mesti disimulasiin? Kenapa mesti disimulasiin di satu, ya di satu tower kayak gini? Di tower apa? Satu penjara ini, Panopticon. Just for the sake of completing the story.
The rise and fall of sanity is your story.
What do you mean?
You are a ghost, wandering this forsaken land, still striving to create a miracle. You are a wandering poet, born in Amalfitano, the foolishly brave protagonist of the story, and the embodiment of the author herself. A reflection, yes. The author, no. You are simply a figment of her imagination, a manifestation of her dream to wander. Have you not realized it? The literary pursuits and romantic adventures you described, they are merely faded memories from 1975, the poets who joined the visceral realism movement with you left Latin America long ago.
Faded memories.
As for the novel, it's yours now. A story you're writing. A story about yourself. Your departure has turned Amalfitano into a ghost town. The characters have lost their connection to you. They're gradually fading away. If the novel is destroyed, you too will cease to exist.
Wait. This is... Miss Recoleta? Is what he said true?
I know you never lie, pen pal. In your first letter, you told me that a character's role in fate must be determined from the outset and consistently adhered to throughout the story. Reading the perspective and insights of a walking encyclopedia, having such a person be willing to share their thoughts at all was an exhilarating experience. I had never imagined my novel could develop in this way. Words could hardly describe how I felt in that moment. No one but you has ever understood the story of that town, let alone offered any revisions. Following your advice, I added the bank clerk, the dune piscator, the blind weaver, and the murdered donkey driver. Amalfitano was no longer an empty town with a single blue-roofed cottage. The new ghostly residents had begun to fill the skies over it. The story was finally reaching completion. I could feel that the ending was within reach. I became increasingly eager to meet my pen pal. I couldn't get the thought out of my mind. I wasn't sure what I would say to this Aleph. A simple thank you, perhaps, or maybe a discussion about the future of Amalfitano with its sole reader.
Oh, bentar, kayak Recoleta yang di karakter story-nya itu Recoleta yang asli. Sedangkan ini udah jadi ghostnya di peminsanya itu udah jadi ghostnya dia.
Or maybe
Memori.
I'm no different from everyone else. Led up the garden path by fate. But even if I am a ghost, as you say, an incarnation of someone else, a fictional being, so what? My resolve will not waver, even if my existence is bound to fade away, because this isn't what literature is supposed to be. You once told me there isn't an ounce of reality in fiction, only voids and glorified lies. Let me tell you this. Whether real or fictional, corporeal or intangible, I have accepted my existence. Now, let's put a stop to this, Aleph. The inmates aren't characters in my novel. They're people trapped in a prison, just as you are. By simulating my story here, you have made me into some kind of god, a guilty, false creator, a dictator of fate. I never wanted any of this.
I have all the essentials for writing poetry. You, me, and our opponent.
¡Lo veo! ¡La frecuencia perfecta! ¡La admirable aleatoriedad del destino! Creo que lo he encontrado. La fuente del Dado de Babilonia.
Las deudas de los muertos. Esas facturas. Todo. ¡Ya no estoy atrapado!
Desde el día en que perdí la vista, nunca imaginé que la rueda giratoria volviera a girar.
Oh well, maybe it could just be the character story is brilliant. Yang penting itu harus penting itu harus working too hard on the order of the events. Maybe it really is on the after.
Idealismo, celos de fantasía. Nuestro aliado es la verdad. En la acumulación de laberintos, suéltalo todo una vez más.
My crucible really has a mind of its own. That's what it's all about. Life or death battle.
Huh? Miss Recoleta has vanished. Did she really cease to exist like Aleph said?
Recoleta.
This section. The monster, the bluebird. Ini terus. Sky tadi. Horror fiction, blood monster. Aleph.
Qué sueño más extraño. El sabor de la realidad, tan amargo y triste. Pero lleno de pensamiento dialéctico. Tal vez la gente del panóptico reflejaba mis pensamientos internos. Entonces realmente soy un personaje en la novela. La misteriosa cabaña con el techo azul fue mi hogar todo el tiempo. Entonces, los rumores que los fantasmas propagaron eran realmente eso. Rumores.
Bienvenida de nuevo a Amalfitano, querida escritora.
Gracias, querido ícono del capitalismo.
Icono of capitalism.
¿No esta novela en pedazos?
Yeah. Doesn't mean it ceased to exist.
Verás, Amalfitano es una dimensión más allá de la vida y la muerte. Este pueblo es un reflejo de tus pensamientos internos. Es incorpóreo. No puedes desgarrar algo incorpóreo en pedazos. La literatura es infinita y atemporal, como un río que fluye a través de la vida y la muerte. No me extraña que seas mi personaje favorito. Nunca dejas de iluminarme.
Desafortunadamente, la literatura es una vocación peligrosa e inútil. Nadie entiende realmente, ni siquiera recuerda tu trabajo. ¿Recuerdas el dicho? Los únicos verdaderamente muertos son aquellos que han sido olvidados.
Udah kayak apa? Koko ya sih. Bener-bener kayak ketat banget apa? Dan Macabre. Dan Macabre.
Recoleta, desaparecerás para siempre si dejas a Amalfitano otra vez. Será como si nunca hubieras existido.
Siempre he admirado tu pensamiento crítico, señor. Encaja perfectamente con tu rol.
Todo estará bien, Recoleta. Lo que sea que haya pasado, ahora has regresado. El dado de Babilonia rodará de nuevo. Y cada uno de nosotros obtendrá nuestros finales.
Así es. Resuelve el asesinato en el bar y pon mi alma en paz.
Libera al pueblo de la locura infligida por el antiguo espíritu.
Arregla la aleatoriedad del dado de Babilonia y aplana la frecuencia catastrófica.
¡Lánzala una vez más, Recoleta!
Entonces, el final que he estado buscando es el que el otro yo no pudo darme. El yo que se lanzó de cabeza a la lucha contra un poder invencible.
Babilon.
El yo que finalmente dejó esta tierra. Después de todo este tiempo, finalmente he encontrado mi final. Solo un lanzamiento más y todo habrá terminado. Mi historia, mi pueblo, todo finalmente llegará a su fin. Pero el sueño sobre el panóptico también terminará, ¿verdad?
Oh, cariño, es solo un sueño.
Ah, no me digas que estás abandonando tu búsqueda de toda la vida por un miserable sueño.
Este sueño es cruel. Nadie entiende esta gran novela ahí ni este pueblo asombroso.
Pero aquí, eres una verdadera escritora. Este es tu hogar, Recoleta.
Pero ya extraño a mis amigos en ese sueño. Existe, así como este lugar existe.
Pero nosotros también somos tus amigos, Recoleta.
Podrías desaparecer si dejas a Malfitano. ¿Estás segura de que quieres irte?
¿Sabéis cómo soy, queridos amigos? He pasado mi vida emprendiendo aventuras tontas y no recompensadas. Así soy yo, ¿verdad? Amalfitano es, en efecto, un lugar ideal. Un lugar para vagar, para un viaje. Y tiene a ustedes, mis amigos ficticios, a quienes quiero tanto. Pero debo regresar a mi sueño y ver a mis amigos ahí. Ellos son igual de importantes para mí.
Sí, tienes razón, Recoleta. No se puede negar que eres un alma noble y apasionada. Cada uno de nosotros lo sabe.
También eres nuestra querida amiga. ¿Por qué te detendremos de hacer lo que realmente deseas?
Te deseamos lo mejor, Recoleta. Buenas noches, querida.
Buenas
Que
noches.
tu sueño sea dulce esta vez.
Gracias a todos, mis amigos. Nunca los olvidaré.
I've read your work, Señorita Recoleta. To be frank, it lacks both depth and breadth. This town of yours is still far from reflecting the complexity of society, and the narrative lacks a discerning perspective. It still needs some work if you want it to truly resonate with our audience. Just go for it, Señorita. You're at a perfect age to explore, experience, and learn.
What's happening to me? Ah, of course. The rise and fall of sanity is my story. So, even though the novel's been destroyed, the story, and myself along with it, lives on in the minds of those who read it. Thank you for your feedback, editor. Even here in this great expanse of darkness, I can still hear your words. You have my gratitude. Thank you for reading my novel, even if you didn't understand it, and likely never will.
Honestly, I find your story totally fascinating, but I'm still struggling to understand the connections between all these nameless characters. Couldn't you make it clearer? Like a movie?
Typical. Trust a writer to try to be all obscure and mysterious.
Maria, Pancho, you guys are the best traveling pals I've ever had. Our paths may diverge in the future, but the joyful memories of our journey across grasslands, snowfields, and deserts together will remain forever.
It's been great coming along with you. You're totally one of a kind. We'll be waiting for you at my aunt's vineyard. A little sun after a hard day's work will do you good.
There is ambition in her writing. It's passionate and poetic, fractured and chaotic. But when viewed as a whole, her work feels like little more than a superficial illusion. It lacks the depth to truly touch the soul. I will refrain from offering further comments until she stops romanticizing her childish adventures.
To put it bluntly, her phraseology feels overly deliberate to the point of distortion. Her verbiage is like a collection of vague sentiment bubbles.
I see, Aleph. Then this is how you really feel about my novel?
1,000 readers will interpret a story 1,000 different ways. Some believe the text itself is dead, and it is the reader who gives it life. The truth cannot be fully conveyed through words alone. That said, I think The Rise and Fall of Sanity is a good story.
Oh, so the Eternal Paradise is a library of sorts, just like I always imagined. Or is this just another reflection of my inner thoughts? I like it here. It's nice being surrounded by literature. But it's time to go back to reality. You're right about literature, Dorside Beggar. It is a dangerous and futile calling, but I still believe in it.
Recoleta, you're back!
I'm so glad to see you're safe. And I'm so glad to see you two worried sick about me. Thanks, mis mejores amigas Soneto y Burton. See, Aleph? I still exist.
Amalfitano is gone. It's all over. You're simply a wandering ghost now, never to return home again. You may still exist, but Amalfitano will never get its ending. You have nullified its existence, rendering all of this meaningless. I'm sorry I couldn't answer your question. I have failed once again. Amalfitano and the Panopticon were two parts of a whole. With Amalfitano gone, Komala no longer has any reason to exist.
I'm sorry, Aleph. You, who know all the mysteries of the world, who seek answers to every question, have lost yourself in the process. You can answer everyone else's questions,
But not your own.
but never your own. Who's the person behind that mask? Is he real? Does he still exist?
Who am I?
Stay vigilant, everyone. This is just like when the idealist and the physician had their meltdown, only this time, it seems even worse.
I think Aleph is trying to tear down the Panopticon.
Freeze! Stay where you are, all of you.
Tear down the walls. Yep.
Take a deep breath, soldier. The smoke's cleared now. This story, this battle, will soon come to an end. A writer has departed from her domain, leaving her creation scattered behind her, like blood-soaked bandages and fragmented skulls in the trenches. What a garbled mess.
Well, I think I understand.
How wonderful for you. You know what? You should be the leader of the literature encryption communication team. Just arm yourself with a dictionary, and even enemies with 45 Maxim machine guns won't stand a chance against you, because the poetry you recite will surely blow their minds before their bullets pierce yours.
Truly develop a sense of humor.
Well, it's all thanks to a certain writer, the embodiment of the wandering poet and traveler from Santiago to Buenos Aires. She impressed me with her precious experience as a cafe dishwasher and campground caretaker.
Campground caretaker.
What really rekindled my sense of humor was her seriousness about her literary pursuits. You'd understand what I mean if you'd ever heard a cheesy joke at a comrade's graveside. Drawing strength from her wanderings and rebellious exploits, she attempted to change society, wielding the sword of literature as a revolutionary intellectual and a leader of thought. Some would hail her as a battle angel of Latin America, with words as piercing as bullets and poems as powerful as tactical bombers.
I believe in the power of literature.
You stand firm in your beliefs, huh? Well, maybe that's a good thing. The commander has to trust their soldiers, or they'll be forced to surrender before long. Here, come closer. Let me tell you a secret.
Okay.
Many, if not all, people foolishly think it's the executioner who drops the guillotine blade, the powder that fires the bullet. While they're half right, they're substantially inaccurate.
Clashing ideologies.
Craters on the battlefield aren't the result of bombs,
but
clashing of ideologies. A trigger pulled long before the powder ever ignited in the barrel. As for literature, well, it's probably best not to buy too much into the Latin American boom. Forget about the status report from earlier. That said, at least there's one thing that's certain. Books can bite back, and they'll leave scars.
Embrace of folly. Fully their eyes on.
I was just setting up my exhibit when everything started shaking. Then I realized it wasn't just my imagination. So I followed the cracks in the wall and found my way here. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but Something's happening to the panopticon, isn't it? Are you the physician? Or is it Aleph? Whoever you are, please restore the panopticon to the way it was. I'm begging you. You can do that, right? Why aren't you doing anything, damn it? Why is this happening? Oh, the die. If you won't help me, then I'll do it myself.
Calm down, Garcia.
Program activated.
Garcia.
It is here.
Charging.
I've got some trouble brewing.
Target confirmed.
Ha! My crucible really has a mind of its own.
Takes no damage at first round.
Ready? I can hear it.
Loading.
Stay put. This will hurt longer if I move.
And now to return to my long-term mission.
Timekeeper, he's...
Why is this happening to me? I was so close to completing the exhibition.
Can't you see, Garcia? There is no one controlling this place now. You're free. It isn't the die that's trapped you, nor is it the walls of this prison. It's the rules and that overpowering gaze from the central tower. But now that's all gone. You can go outside. You can set up your exhibit anywhere you want. No need to stay stuck in this.
No, Señorita Recoleta. You've seen the world out there. You know as well as I. That there's nowhere else I can go but here. This is the only place in the world where I can hold my exhibit. And you've ruined it. You've ruined everything.
This room's about to collapse. We've got to leave. Mr. Garcia, do you need a hand?
I can take care of myself, thank you. I'll go a different way. I have to go back and finish setting up my exhibit.
Burton, what about Aleph? We can't just leave him here.
Of course not. We still have questions he needs to answer. Sinetto, help me get him up. Let's get out of here.
Yes, Timekeeper.
Your words are always at odds with your thoughts. You carry an ocean of questions, yet never reveal even a single drop of them. Why have you never shared your doubts? Why do you stay silent in the face of everything and everyone around you?
I believe in my duty.
As for you, paracausality researcher, you're different from any other seeker of answers. Even on a desperate, near-hopeless journey, your heart holds little doubt.
Perhaps not every question needs an answer, Mr. Aleph.
Is that so?
Look, it's sinking. Corpses float on the planks, and the fleeing prisoners are swimming toward the shore. Time to abandon ship.
Free breeze.
One that was exiled to a desolate corner of the ocean by the resplendent civilized world. It's both a prison and a sanitarium. Are any of your friends aboard? If so, you might find the following report a little offensive. Dregs of society. Human scum. These are the terms used to describe its eccentric passengers. To be fair, they do lack discipline and independence. But that may well be a response to the heavy pain they've endured. Some theorists suggest that they're innocent victims, trapped in the confines between rationality and irrationality, defined and redefined by historians as they please. But let's ditch the theories and simplify things. The moment the shackle called madness was fastened around their necks, whether they were truly mentally ill or not, their lives were forever scarred. And now, the mad passengers are storming the shore.
They're spreading the disease.
But one can gain immunity through controlled infection. The disease can become its own vaccine.
Herd immunity.
Just be aware of the ignorant commander who defies a wandering lunatic in pursuit of a little knowledge. Let's dig deeper. Scavenge through the messy battlefield for dog tags. Were these people born mad? After watching the inhabitants of this earth tear each other apart in one war after another, I've concluded this. Only knowledge drives people to madness. Ignorance does not. Madness is a side effect of the sedative that is knowledge. As long as those on land continue to consume it, this ship will never be short on recruits. This is a war between madness and civilization. Both sides have leveled accusations, spilled blood, and pummeled each other. And soon, everyone will have leapt into the trenches and been beaten to a bloody pulp. Only a few can escape this fate.
Like who?
Check your 6.
It's right behind me.
The one leaning against the sunken ship,
Garcia.
Showing no signs of struggle or sorrow. Garcia. The seawater has flooded his windpipe and reddened his eyes. Yet there he is, staring blankly at the shore. He's in his home base. He holds no hope for forgiveness from his enemies. Not in the slightest. He's a one-man army, fighting only for himself. Alone. Now, do a 360 and look again. He's been utterly defeated.
A fool's errand. Aspect of madness.
Dear Earth, why are you so interested in the panopticon of Kamala? Dear Mr. Aleph, whether as a doctor or a writer, I simply cannot turn a blind eye to the friction around me.
Especially the discord and injustice I have witnessed here in Kamala. So, I would ask of you a question. Is there any way to resolve the endless conflicts in this place?
To put an end to this, a true ending is required. Your arrival has made it possible for this simulation to have an ending, or rather, a victory.
What do you mean by victory? I'd appreciate it if you could clarify in simple terms. If this victory comes at the cost of any inmate's life, I'm afraid I cannot accept it. I also have another question for you. If I leave, will the stories and conflicts here come to an end?
Miss Grace of Manus Vindicte will grant you passage. But in any case, the cycle of history will continue to repeat itself in this prison, and in the entire world. The sins of humankind will not cease until veins turn to wires, flesh and bone to geometric shapes, and the world around us twists in the colors of an oil painting.
New Veins to the Wires itu pas di yang apa Rayashki itu yang di 1.8. Terus yang Geometric Shapes pas di ini kali ya, yang pas di Prisoners ya, Prisoners of the Cave. Terus yang Colors of Noil itu berarti yang di itu apa, yang di Verein Samt di apa yang 1.9 itu storynya.
I must say, your words have left me rather baffled. Fragments of the events you describe often appear in my dreams. Could it be that these things really happened? If that's the case, why can't I recall the details? Why am I left with only disconnected pieces? The madness in Kamala, these bizarre dreams. I must put an end to them. What have I forgotten? Has someone or something altered my memory? I can't shake the feeling that something crucial to me has been lost in the river of time. Some kind of duty, perhaps. What should I do? How can I recapture what I have lost?
I won't answer a question that already has an answer. One given to you by the person who escorted you here and made you a promise. You're so close to the place where the truth lies. Think carefully. Why are you here?
These letters we found have answered a great deal. But there's still something that isn't clear. Mr. Aleph, what exactly did the Manus promise Dr. Dores?
An era. A chance for her to remember her duty.
An era? You helped her leave the Panopticon in the end. Where did she go?
Southward. There,
Antarctica.
on the No Man's Continent, Manus Vindictae is preparing to recreate the parable of the past and future. A glorious past and a glimmering future belonging to Arcanus. Dr. Dores is deeply connected to this particular parable.
What exactly are the Manus planning to do in Antarctica? And why would Dr. Dores go there voluntarily?
Mr. Aleph, when did Dr. Dores depart?
It was a day when both the clouds and sun were visible.
A day when both the clouds and sun were visible? Could you be more specific?
Pacific? You mean the time of day?
When both clouds and the sun were visible.
Hey, Vertin, I think I know. It was 3 days ago. Then Dr. Dores wasn't going to Comala on the day I met her. She was leaving. She was headed to Antarctica.
It was cloudy that afternoon, with a brief spell of sunshine, just like Aleph described.
Then it hasn't been long since she left. Excellent news.
3 days. If we set off immediately, we might still catch up to her. But, based on the intel we gathered in Ushuaia, Manus Vindictae bombed the entire port 3 days ago. Clearly, they wanted to prevent any interference from the Foundation. It's unlikely we'll find any functioning ships there. I'll report the situation to the Buenos Aires branch. Timekeeper, I'm afraid we'll have to find another way to get there.
I have a boat.
Yes, a boat. Small boat.
Could you lend it to us? The situation's urgent, Mr. Aleph.
Secret dock.
This boat will automatically take you to McMurdo Port, the landing point Manus Vindictae established by the shores of the Ross Sea.
This This looks like Manus technology. Its arcane energy source is highly unstable. Timekeeper, I suggest we wait for support in Ushuaia.
I don't usually agree with Soneto, but I have to admit, I don't have much confidence that a boat this small can actually make it to Antarctica.
Mr. Aleph, do you know anything about Manus Vindicte's ritual? How far has it progressed?
The ritual could begin at any moment. I believe that's why they left Kamala. Upon departure, one of their members, a woman
Miss
named
Grace.
Grace, told me they would seal off the sea.
Are we too late?
If you wish to find Doris, you must follow the same path she took.
I see. Mr. Aleph, members of the Foundation branch will arrive soon to evaluate your condition. I hope you'll answer their questions with the same patience you showed us. Thank you. Soneto, let's go.
Yes, Timekeeper.
Thank you for your assistance too, Recoleta. Perhaps you'll consider joining the...
What was that? It came from the Panopticon.
Robber. It's all crumbling down. A journey to and fro. Ini nggak ketahuan siapa ya, belum ketahuan kayak. Oh enggak, si dari Dores ini, a young girl kan, going to be back towards the prison. If I were please fate, must carry not even a shred of hesitation. Of my ashes. Mungkinkah ini epilog? Terbakar.
With Aleff's control gone, Kamala is collapsing. The inmates aren't even real criminals, are they? And they're still in there with no clue that they're no longer being watched from the central tower. We have to go tell them. We have to get them to safety.
Yes, we should help them get out, at least until support arrives. But the Manus ritual...
Don't worry. I'll go alone.
Huh?
You should hurry. When this is all over, I'll write to you, my dear friend. During this journey together, our teamwork has been impeccable. So, you can trust me to do this. I'm not doing it just to help you or the organization you represent. I'm doing it because the inmates are my friends.
Okay. I trust you. Take care of yourself, Recoleta.
But if the storm truly is imminent, as Dr. Merlin said, then, Miss Recoleta, you'll...
I don't quite understand what this storm is all about. But don't worry. A brand new adventure is the best thing that can happen to a writer. And I doubt it'll surpass the epic adventures we've shared over the past couple of days. I'm going to write everything, including the two of you, into my new novel.
Then I'd like to be the first to read this new novel, if that's all right.
Of course. Listen, I believe literature is like an endless, timeless river. So we'll meet again someday, somewhere. Probably in someone else's story. Who knows?
Adiós, mis queridos amigos.
They're just accepting their fate. Kurang lebih sama kayak apa? Epilognya ini. Epilognya season 1. Kalau masa di versi 1 kan ada epilognya tuh. They just accepting their fate, become one with storm.
Dr. Merlin, you're Dr. Merlin, right? I finally found you. What on earth happened in the central tower? Right after I left, the whole panopticon started collapsing. The tower's in ruin. I've been looking for you everywhere. Please, sir, come with me. It isn't safe.
That won't be necessary. The snow is still falling, yet everything in the labyrinth has already gone up in flames. Fortune, fate, karma. They're nothing but a ridiculous joke. It's over, Jaguar. You have lost your memories, your identity, your name, and now your title. You are no longer a jailer trapped in the Panopticon.
I don't get it, Dr. Merlin. What are you talking about? I'm going back to Kamala. Order must be maintained. The prisoners mustn't be allowed to escape. Please take care, Dr. Merlin. Hey, you! Don't run off like that. It's dangerous.
Deserts! In stars! In labyrinths!
We dream on death's straw pillow! Stop! Get off me! Let me go! Are you blind? The Panopticon is falling apart!
It's you, Roberta.
They are all bad! I knew it! They've been insane from the start! The whole place is burning to the ground and they still won't leave. They're still talking and talking about things that no one cares about. I can't help them. I never understood what they were talking about. The rhythms, The fashions, the ideologies, yes, the people were nice. The idealists too, but I've had enough of this prison. I've had enough of the panopticon. I never should have joined these movements. It was all meaningless from the beginning. I want to leave this place. Go to Spain or France. Anywhere but here. I want to go back to Magdalena.
Si jaguarnya tetap menetap di tower. Days ago.
But how does literature make you feel?
As though I'm a kid looking through a kaleidoscope for the first time. Well, maybe that's not the best way to put it. Perhaps something a little more subtle.
A ship sailing to an unfamiliar land, a parable of the past and future, an era that once existed and is yet to come. Is this the answer you've provided, Mr. Aleph?
No, Erd. You will have to find this answer yourself. No one can help you with this. No one.
I see. Thank you, Mr. Aleph. I will remember what you've told me.
Callback part 1. Dimulai dengan poetry itu. Sudah kelar. Atau yang satu lagi ada. In 1991, information moved at lightning speed thanks to technological advancement. Santos lagi. Dari apa? Yang chapter dari chapter sebelumnya ini. This topic guys. Igor. Just because we both here doesn't mean the apostle brotherhood ends, you know. Intercepted message from Foundation, Buenos Aires branch. A fleet from a bad Foundation. Battleships or destroyer. Things out. I did not answer to him. Set. Benar-benar perang. Oke. Wow, sudah berhasil menamatkan Folie at the Horizon, guys. Sudah berapa jam ini berlalu? Wah, sudah sekiranya 4 jam juga. Ternyata lebih ternyata as expected sih, 4 jam ya. Sebentar, klaim lagi. Sudah kelar. Kalau begitu kita sudah juga berada di penghujung acara, penghujung stream ini ya. Terima kasih yang mungkin sudah hadir, sempat nonton, sempat tune in ya. Dan mungkin lain kali aku juga bakal balik stream untuk nulis, ngelanjutin komisi yang sebelumnya aku lakuin ya di on stream gitu. Jadi see you next time. Okay. Thank you.